don't think there's anyone there. So when I hit the go live button, it takes a moment before it actually, it actually goes live. Goes live. What am I doing? What am I doing? Shorts. There it is. Hi, Zane S. It's another day. It's just another day. I don't remember what I normally do here. There's 4 people watching right now. That's Zane S. and the other 3 are me. There's nobody else. Y'all, there is no y'all. It's just me. Because 3 of the people watching right now are me. I'm watching it on 2 different TVs and I'm watching it on my live on my phone. So, so when there's 4, there's really 1. So there's no y'all. It's just me. Yoda's here. He's right there. He's always here. He has to be. I can show you Yoda. Hi Bruno, Tara. You're here too? There's more than, okay, 3 of the people that are here are me. Wait, there's 6. Oh my gosh, that's 3 other people. Wait, hold on, I'm gonna show you the dog. There he is. Can you see his cute little face right there? That's, yeah, small buddy. That's Yoda. The reason I get up in the morning is the dog, because he has to be fed. He's not gonna be like not fed. So the reason I have depression. No, he's not the reason I have depression. I have depression, but the reason that I get up in the morning is because of my dog. Because he's gotta eat. Gotta take care of him. That's important. Yeah. I don't know how many people I'm reading the count. It's just us and 2 other people. 7. No, it's just us and 3 other people. There's, I don't know, 3 of the people are me. It ups my, this is what allowed me, this is how I got monetized, was I would live stream and then I would watch it simultaneously as I'm live streaming, and then I'd live stream for long periods of time. So, for example, I'm watching this on 3 devices right now, but I've got a tablet and I've got multiple tablets, and then I've got a computer too. I can watch this live on many platforms. I have multiple YouTube accounts. Anyway, that's how you get monetized in YouTube. You live stream. Although once you get monetized, I don't know what the hell you do with it. I'm still trying to figure that shit out. Yeah, I gotta roll marijuana joints. Marijuana cigarettes. I have to roll marijuana cigarettes. On Halloween, my kids were here. It was my daughter and my daughter's boyfriend. And my daughter's boyfriend was rolling a joint. And he made a filter out of he tore a corner off the wrapper thing here to make a filter. And I was like, well, that's what this paper here is for. This little roll of pink paper, and then I also had a little bit of a white one left. But these were a lot longer. I just took a regular size. This was 11 inches long. That was the size of the paper, and so was this one. And I just rolled the paper, and then I just cut off what I need. So this is how much is left of 11 inches of paper. So I can I'm gonna make these filters out of Hey, hi Barney Loft, you done it. You gave me $1.99. That's really awesome. Hello, lovelies. Is that how you spell lovelies? Lovelies, lovelies, love lies, lovely. How do you spell lovely? Lovely. So plural of lovelies wouldn't be adding an S on it alone. It would make it IES. Lovelies. Lovelies. I don't know that I've ever seen that word. Thank you so much for. I'm gonna give it a heart and a big thumbs up for the. It's a number 10 on there. Did you pick the number? It's a number. It says got a number 10 on there. I don't know how these things work. I've never sent one. I've received a couple. This message was held for review. It says, I can't, I don't know what this says. It's a big long blank. And then when I can't, big long blank, when folk fuck my skins up, what the fuck is wrong with people, lol. When folk fuck my skins up. Who fucked your skins up? What are we talking about? Oh, wait, are you talking about wait, are we talking about drugs? Wait, what are we talking about? I get so confused. So anyway, that's a way to make a filter right there for the end of your joint, is to rip off part of your thing. But I've got mine. So I just cut off however much I need to. I have this piece of paper I rolled out of this. It used to be 11 inches long. I have rolled a few joints. All right, so now So now I have. This is how much I'm going to roll into the end of my. There's another message held for review. What's going on? Zane S says, I know my skin is fucked up on my hands. What does that mean? You know what really fucks up the skin on your hands? Running your hand through a table saw. That really does mess up the skin on your hands. Just trust me on that one. Don't test that theory. Table saws are dangerous, man. I know. What are we talking about? Fucking up hands? My hands are fucked up. I have arthritis in both of my hands. Not the rheumatoid arthritis. I have the kind where you damage your hands repeatedly over long periods of time arthritis. I'm trying to get the drugs out of the container. This is a food grade paintbrush right here. So I guess it's considered to be a pastry brush, but it's a food grade paintbrush. And I use it to get the shit out of the, the other stuff there. Out of my marijuana container. Because I smoke marijuana. So I have my little jars, my little glass jars like so. And then I have my marijuana I buy. They throw it in a bag. They don't throw that shit in jars anymore. I mean, I guess they could, but I mean, that's more expensive. It's just bags are cheaper. And then I just grind it in I have a coffee grinder that I grind it, my marijuana in. I just throw the whole flop, just throw it all in there, and then just grind it up in there. And I know that's not the best way to grind it up. You're definitely doing some damage to your marijuana that you don't want to do, and you might get it a little bit too fine, and that's not good either. But it's really fast, easy, and convenient, and that's why I put it in a coffee grinder. It's a blade coffee grinder, not a burr coffee grinder. There's a difference. So you just got layers of shit built up inside of there. It's metal inside of there too, so I could probably take the thing apart when it gets like full of the and then just like, I could just heat up that metal thing, the metal cup that's in there, and then just, that would probably do it. That would get me high. And then what was I talking about? Oh, so I take it out of the bag, I grind it in there, and then I put it into the metal jars. I have a silicone collapsible funnel, a collapsible funnel for a silicone, so it opens up to like this big, and then it shrunk all the way down to like this big, but I cut off to the part where it just fits on. Puts it right on top of my jar, and then I can just use my brush, my food grade brushes, to pull the weed out of the blade grinder into my. So it's convenient. There it is. When you get to the bottom of the barrel, like I just did, you can see that this stuff here is really finely ground, but this is the stuff I pulled out earlier, and that was not. So that's the bottom of the barrel when it gets really powdery. And if it gets too powdery, it's hard to smoke joints when you're smoking powder. It's like, you don't smoke joints made of like hash. All right, here we go. So I'm rolling a joint. Thank you, Bernie Loff, for my donation is the word that comes to mind, but there's another word for it. I don't remember what it's called. All right. I'm going to mix up that powdery stuff with the not so powdery stuff. It's the same stuff. It's just at different points of ground. And then I've got my rolling machine. Which I love the rolling machine. It is very consistent. So if you roll joints, marijuana is legal where I am in every way. So if you roll joints, the rolling machines, which are really inexpensive, by the way. I spent $5.99 is what I spent on Amazon for two of these things delivered, $5.99. So this was $3 delivered. Well, I have Amazon Prime, so everything's free anyway. So, yeah, if you roll joints, the reason I like joints is that I don't have to clean up any paraphernalia. It's really nice. Because if you use anything else, you've got to clean it. But you don't have to clean joints. You're just kind of done. This is really big. Oh, I want the other one. Okay, here we go. So I just have a rolled up piece of paper. Rolled poorly. There. That I will insert in the end of my rolling machine. Here's my, I don't know, wax tool. I need to push over and make space for the filter, which I will drop in the end there. Close it back up, roll it some more so that it's all nice and pretty. Grab a rolling paper. Put it in, roll it in. Did that go? No. Gotta be careful, sometimes they don't want to go. That time it went. Bam. There we go. one marijuana cigarette. And like I said, it's consistent. It gives me consistent results, but then the result is also very consistent all the way up and down. So I get the same every time I roll a joint. They look the same when I put the same amount of pot in there. They all look the same, but they also are very uniform, which is nice. I smoked some sativa earlier today. Actually, it was shortly before I live streamed, so that might have been a mistake. Sometimes I've smoked sativa and not been able to sleep. It's awful because your body is very tired, but your mind was just like, no, we're not doing that. Anyway, so I have an indica here to counteract the sativa, if it even works like that. What do I know? I don't know. I'm just going to tell myself it works like that. I got up this morning. I could not sleep. I woke up at like 2 o'clock in the morning. And oh no. Oh no. I don't know what time it was actually, but it was before 4. Maybe it was 4. I don't know what time it was. It was around 4 o'clock. And I got up this morning. I couldn't sleep. So I got up and I went to play Fortnite, and it was updating. Son of a bitch, last night there was a concert on Fortnite. I watched it. So I was like playing a game, and it stopped the game, and like, nope, you're done playing. We're gonna go over here and we're gonna watch this concert that happened in New York. Apparently yesterday. I was confused about what was happening because it was on a video game. But I was playing the game Fortnite, and they transferred me to like the theater area and then I had to like sit in the theater area and watch the little movie played on there, and the movie was a concert, and it had one of the Spice Girls on there. I don't remember which one, and it had Snoop Dogg on there. And now there's the new Fortnite. It was unveiling the new Fortnite map that you play when you play Fortnite, and then it's got a Snoop Dogg Island in there. Dog Pound? I don't know what it's called. Dog something. In this little area there, and you gotta go there, and you gotta go kill Snoop Dogg. And if you kill Snoop Dogg or you knock him down with the gun, you gotta shoot him a lot. I mean, then he joins your side. But there's a lot of people that are trying to get Snoop Dogg. So when you go there to Snoop Dogg Pound Island, a lot of other people are going there too. So you got to be ready to kill people. So I went there several times and I died right away. I just walked in the door and I got shot. He's got bodyguards in there too. Snoop Dogg's got bodyguards, but they shoot like stormtroopers in Star Wars. They are bad shots. All of the bots that are in Fortnite, they are bad shots. They are just there. If they hit you, they're not really gonna hit you that hard. So, like sometimes they have a whole lot of like guys that are, they're computer controlled guys that are like circling one valuable weapon right there, but you can just kind of run in and you can just kind of take it and run out, and they won't shoot you one time because they're bad shots. They shoot like stormtroopers. Stormtroopers don't shoot too well. So anyway, I watched a concert on Fortnite on a video game. I watched a concert on a video game. That was interesting. I've never watched a concert on a video game. Concert that was apparently happening in New York at that time, which I'm looking at it going, this can't be real. Is this a real thing? 'Cause I'm supposed to be playing a video game. How am I watching a concert? But apparently it was real. It was a real thing. There was a big countdown while I was playing Fortnite. There was like a countdown in the sky saying, hey, something's happening. It was called the remix. And I'm like, I don't know what the remix of Fortnite is, the Fortnite remix. But I played the Fortnite. I was there, I watched the concert. I was going to stop watching it, but then I'm like, well, this is, how often does this shit happen? So I haven't seen a concert in a while. I don't know what the last concert I saw was. I think I do. Maybe I do. I went and saw Lorde in concert. That was not my choice. I used to listen to the radio at work, and then when they said call now, I would call now, and then I would win. I would win because I knew when to call. And I knew you just keep dialing. And then I won tickets to Lord, and my daughter was like 15 at the time, and I'm just like, hey, I won 2 tickets to Lord. She liked Lord, and I'm like, hey, here's what we're gonna do. You can have them both. You can take whoever you want. I'll drive you there. I'll drop you off at the door. I'll pick you up as soon as it's over. And I'll take care of everything. And then all that kinds of shit. And then I'm like, who do you want to take? And she's like, well, I want to take you. And I'm like, well, I don't want to go see Lord. I got autism. I don't want to be around people. There's a lot of noise too. I'm like, this is not my cup of tea. And she's just like, yeah, but you're the one I really want to go with. And I'm like, yeah, don't you want to take one of your friends? You take one of your friends, and you're not gonna have fun with your dad. You can have fun with your friends. You can just kind of do whatever you want, and no adult's gonna be there to tell you what to do. She's like, well, no, I want to go with you. And I'm like, shit. So I wound up having to go see Lord with my daughter, and I was yeah, I mean, I was there, and I felt like I was in the minority because I was like, I'm the only straight white guy there. I was an old guy there too because it was so many women. My God, there were so many women there. There was just like, you're just looking around, you just very few men, and the men that you saw were very feminine looking. So I'm just like, man, I'm looking around, I'm going, wow, I'm in the minority for this concert. The concert was really good, also, by the way. But there was this one time that there were these we had to stand up because people were walking in front of us, and there was these 2 teenage girls that walked in front of us, and then right behind them was an older guy, and I looked at the teenage girls while the older guy looked at my daughter, and then I looked up at him, and he looked up at me, and we both went. Apparently, we both had the exact same look on our face. We're just like, "Oh, you're here with your kids too," and it's just like, yeah. You could just tell the guy was like, "Yeah, this was not my cup of tea either," but he went because his daughters were there. I vividly remember this guy walking by. We both looked. We both had the exact same situation going on. We both immediately knew and understood what was happening, and then we got this moment of connection. We're just like, "What's up?" We didn't say anything. It was just a head nod, the exact same head nod at the exact same time. We're just like, oh, "Okay." Like, I know what you're doing, and I feel for you, brother. I'm gonna drink water. Anyway, I think that was the last concert I saw. So even though this was a concert on TV, I still think it was the last concert that I saw was Lord. In the summer of 1999, I won season tickets to an outdoor amphitheater in my area where they had 200 bands playing. I think it was something like 50 concerts over that summer. It was a lot of concerts were going on, and I went and saw most of them because I had season passes to the amphitheater. One season passes, 2 ticket season passes, and I found a way to get four people in on the two passes, and strictly by accident. I took my 2 passes and I went to the season pass gate, and I was getting in with no problem, me and someone else. But then there was somebody new there at one concert, and they said you got to go to the main ticket counter and get actual printed tickets, and then come back. And I'm like, well, I just show them these passes. Like, yeah, you show them these passes, and then you just go there and get the actual printed tickets. And I said, okay, because I had 2 laminated passes, my season passes. So I went to get tickets, and I got the tickets, the physical tickets for the concert, and then I walked back, me and the person that I was with, and there was somebody else at the door, and I'm like showing them the paper tickets. They're like, "No, I need your season pass," and I'm like, "Okay." So I pulled my season pass out and had the paper tickets in my hand. I'm like, "You don't need these paper tickets." Like, "No, you don't need the paper tickets. You need the season pass." And I'm like, "Well, that's what I told the guy before, that this was all I needed." But he said, "No, I needed these tickets here." He's like, "No, you don't need those tickets." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." So, and I walked in the door, and I still had 2 tickets to the concert. And I'm just like, well, this is odd. I mean, I didn't need that. So I realized that I could just take my season passes to the ticket counter at the venue. They would give me 2 printed tickets. I would hand those to 2 other people, and then myself and the other person would go through the VIP entrance, which was a season pass entrance. Everybody else had these big long lines, with the season pass entrance did not. It was really short. It was really awesome. And so I was getting in 4 people on my two seat, and I realized it pretty quickly that this happened. It was pretty cool that happened. And then so from that point forward, I didn't take 2 people, myself and someone else. I took 4 people, myself and 3 other people, and it was easy for me because I printed out the schedule for the concerts. I just printed it out, and then I printed out what it was, and I got a pen, and I'm just like, all right, who wants to go see what concert? I used to have friends back in the day. I'm like, who wants to go see what concert? And it's like, I told him, it's like, I'll get you in, but I'm not driving. That's what I told the person who I was getting in on my season pass. But then when I got 2 other people in there, I got, okay, you guys can go to the concert, but you need to buy me drinks. They're like, okay. So I got to go. Didn't have to drive, and I didn't have to pay to get in, and then I didn't have to pay for my alcohol while I was there. This was all summer long. I was so drunk. But I had one friend that I saw most of the concerts with. He drove to most of them. We played the exact same. We played a cassette. He had a cassette player in his car, which was really old at that time. But I made a cassette tape that was, I remember it being really crappy quality. But we listened to the exact same songs every single time that we went there. They were get hyped up. We're gonna go do some shit, kind of thing. We did have to pay to park, now that I think about it, but I didn't have to pay to park. Somebody else did. It was because I wasn't paying to park. I was getting people in because some of those concerts were expensive. This thing was expensive. It was thousands of dollars to buy that pass if you were to buy that pass. I didn't buy that pass, but I saw a lot of great concerts that summer. I mean, I was so drunk for some of them, I don't even remember them. But the best concert I saw was by far was Jimmy Buffett. It was amazing. It was amazing. Jimmy Buffett was great. It was so casual, calm, and laid back. It was really awesome. But then I had my number 2 favorite one was actually a tie of 3 different. There were 3 different concerts I saw. I saw the Dave Matthews Band. I saw John Cougar Mellencamp, and then I saw the Allman Brothers, which I didn't realize how many songs I knew by the Allman Brothers, but their concert was amazing. They had 2 drummers that had complete full drum kits, and 2 drummers at one time was amazing. It was just astonishing to watch. I was just like, wow, this is so cool. Another great concert was Barry Manilow was there. God, Barry could work a crowd. It was so great. Barry had been doing concerts for like 3 decades, 4 decades. I'm not even sure. It was summer of '99, so it was a long damn time ago. But he'd been doing concerts for a long time. He knew how to do concerts. He just knew exactly what to say and when to say it to get the crowd all riled up. And he just did a great job. And nobody was rowdy at that concert, at the Barry Manilow concert. Everybody was so calm and mellow at Barry Manilow. Like at some of the concerts, you got to have a line of security around the stage because people get rowdy and get drunk and rowdy. But Barry Manilow had a set of stairs that led up to the stage that anybody who was in the stands could just have walked up to this and just walked straight up the stairs on the stage. Security would have tackled them down before they would have got there, but the stairs were right there. So that and the stairs were there so that Barry Manilow can call one person. He said, I do this every concert. I bring one person up on stage and to be on stage while they sang a song. And it was, and he looked around at the signs that people had, and he pointed to this one woman who had a sign she had seen, like saying, "This was my 5th concert" or some shit like that. Barry Manilow. I don't remember. I was very drunk, but Barry Manilow was a hell of a. It was a hell of a thing. It was a hell of a concert. So the reason that it was 1999 when that happened, it was a long time ago. They weren't scanning the tickets. They were ripping tickets back then, and they didn't. When they took my season passes, they looked at my season passes, and they had a sheet of paper that they were looking at, and they flipped through to the numbers on my season passes, and they just kind of checked them off. That's what they did. So that on the piece of paper, and then they had. So when you had your tickets, they didn't know that I was using my tickets to get in multiple people. because they didn't have the technology to catch us, which was worked out well for me, but I mean, it wouldn't work like that anymore because now they scan everything. So they know when you're trying to use multiple tickets at the same time, kind of thing. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. The summer of '99, very drunk, very drunk. A lot of drugs in the summer of '99. I was 24, 23, 24, something like that. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. There were a lot. Dave Matthews Band had two concerts that summer, so I went to both of them. There were some rowdy concerts too. I remember there was it's called Point Fest, is what they called it, but there was just a bunch of rowdy bands. Ozzy Osbourne, that one was pretty good. There was a bunch of bands for Ozfest. A lot of them I don't even remember. I passed out on because there were lawn seats, and so I passed out on the lawn many times. All right, I have the drugs in my hand. I need to do the drugs. What are we? No, there's no comments up there. Comments only stay on the screen for so long and then they fall off. So the screen is black. There's nothing there. And on the TV, the comments are on the right hand side. I could do the drugs now. I don't know what the point is anymore. Like, here we go, Quacker. Hi, Quacker. I haven't talked to you in a very long time. It says the delay is still 5 minutes. It's 5:30 p.m. right now. No, I'm not reading. I'm not reading the comments because I don't know. I can. Star Parp. Hi, Star Parp says I got drunk as hell with my husband yesterday. We started drinking at 12 p.m. and stopped at 5 a.m. Oh my God. I can't imagine. Are you young? That seems horrible. That just seems like a lot of drinking. That seems like such a bad hangover. That's why I stopped drinking. It was because of the hangover. Like I was losing more and more of my next day, and I couldn't do it. I remember one time when I was married to Satan's whore. I was married for like eight. It was 8 years. I got drunk one time and I lost the whole next day. And it was just I wasn't productive at all, and it was very upsetting. Hi, Bernie Loft says still here, consistently listening to. Consistently listening to what? Did you mean TOO? You wrote TO. Consistently listening to Metallica? I was actually thinking Megadeth in my head, but I said Metallica. Still here, consistently listening to the opera. Political debates. It's the little things, I swear. It's the little things. It's all I have are the little things. My mouth feels very dry. So Star Parp says, we are young. I didn't have a headache this morning, though he went straight to work at 10 a.m. LOL. I'm good at pacing myself, though. Jesus Christ, and drink plenty of water. Yeah, I was not good at pacing myself. I would normally, when I started drinking, I'm like, I'm just going to get there fast. And that's what I would do. And I had to drink more and more. I had a hell of a tolerance at one point in time in my life. Bernie Loft says, I'm more stuck on you reading consistently when I type contently. I'm more stuck on you reading consistently when I typed contently. LOL. Ain't THC brilliant. Did you say contently? Hi, Susan Knox says, hey, Walton, you look lighter today. Nice to see you. Lighter, like paler? Metaphorically lighter, like there's less things weighing down on me lighter? am I elevated? There's so many ways to interpret that one. I will just probably figure out the worst way to interpret it and just go with that. No, let's see here. Zane S says light and fluffy like a cake. Susan Knox says no, like smiling and giggling. Oh, that's probably the drugs. Bernie Law says, yeah, we were too focused on ripping me on to the cliff, ripping me on the to the cliffhanger. LOL. You were too focused on ripping me onto the cliffhanger. LOL. Yeah, you were too focused on ripping me on to the cliffhanger. LOL. Ripping me onto the cliffhanger. Ripping me onto the cliffhanger. This is, I don't know, is that a metaphor? I don't know what that means. Ripping me onto the cliffhanger. Ripping me onto the cliffhanger. Ripping me onto the cliffhanger. They don't, I don't know what that means. Well, and I was focused on doing it. I mean, ripping you sounds like that doesn't sound good at all. But onto the cliffhanger, I don't know what that. Oh wait, it was the two. Oh, see, I need a translator. Oh shit, they're gonna go. Hold on. Yeah, I was gonna say Walton seems more happier and upbeat than what I'm used to. Maybe I smoked a sativa before I sat down. You think that might be it? Bernie Love says, you ripped me for two cliffhanger ending to that sentence, LOL. Oh yeah. And then that's right. It was the two, I don't remember what happened before the two. Susan Knox says, I agree, Quacker. See, not just me. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I just assume the worst always, despite how I actually appear on the outside. I always assume that I'm doing bad. Always. Because that's just playing the odds. Bernie Love says, all good, ripping as in friendly, funny banter. Oh. Oh. All right. Maybe it was smoking the sativa. I don't know. I mean, marijuana is, maybe the sativas are good for me, and this one is not. I mean, I can find out real quick when I smoke this one. No, I doubt it's the weed. When you use daily, weed just keeps you even likely. No longer a mood elevator. That Susan Knox says. Yeah, that seems right. Like I need to get back to zero. Gotta smoke some weed just to level myself out. I used to say that about coffee. I mean, like I drink coffee to level myself out. I don't get the highs and lows from coffee. It just levels me out. There's no doubt if you're that kind of person where you're doing any kind of drug in order to level you out. No, that's not true. Any kind of the marijuana is supposed to give you highs and lows, but if it levels you out, then there's something going on up here. Alcohol, yeah, I guess if you take alcohol to level yourself out, yeah, you got something going on. If you normally have highs and lows and then you take a drug to level it out, unless the drug's specifically made to level it out, because coffee's supposed to give you the highs and the lows. I lost my train of thought in the middle of it. That didn't make any sense. Let's just wipe that out. Can we strike that from the record? Thank you, court reporter. I got somebody over there typing everything. I've got the whole crew behind the camera over here. I've got cameraman, sound, lighting. There's a director, producer, hair and makeup, costumes, and there's a whole team of people for the dog that you don't even see. He's just right there. Yeah, there's just a whole camera crew around there. They're expensive too. They're just on the other side. You can't see them. But they spend a lot of time to make sure that these broadcasts are amazing. Susan Knox says, striked, Your Honor. Is it striked or is it struck? I think striked is right. Striked out. I think striked is the right word. Oh, there's the drugs. So if you're gonna be right here, I'm gonna do the drugs, and if shit goes sideways, you're gonna know. Let's see here. Susan Knox says it's the Walton Show, written by Walton, directed by Walton, hair and makeup by Walton. No, there's a whole team. You're not gonna see them. They're on the other side of the camera. I mean, I can ask them to come over here. You guys want to come over here and be in the front of the camera? No, you're all camera shy. All right, I understand. You don't have. You want to say something? Everybody can hear you. Nope, nope, camera shy still. Okay, no problem. Just keep doing your job, everybody. You're doing a great job. Brando Julian Windsor says struck. And then Susan Knox says hells to the no. And then Brandon Julian Windsor says the production team going overtime. LOL. Yeah, they do work overtime because I normally live stream for like 10 hours every day. Because I live stream for a few hours and then I get tired. I have to go to bed because I normally get up at 4 in the morning. 4 in the morning, man, that's just early. But I get up at 4 in the morning, so I have to be at work at 6 in the morning. It's a 35-minute drive if there's no traffic, and traffic normally isn't that bad. And I get up so early because I need to have dedicated time for the dog. He gets 20 minutes. That's how much time in the morning. So I get up 20 minutes earlier than I normally would for the dog. And that's for me taking him outside for a W. I can't say the word, I gets all excited. And then I got to give him, then we play fetch. We play fetch in the hallway, which is fun. So I gotta close all the doors in the hallway down that way, and then I just sit on the floor over here on the other end of the hallway, and then we play fetch down the hallway. When you have a little dog, you can play fetch in the hallway, but when you got a big dog, yeah, it doesn't work as well with a big dog. It's like 2 steps and they're there. But little dogs, it's really easy. Oh wait, where are we? Merch designed by Walton, Megan, and Zane. We doing merch? I don't know how to do the merch, and I don't know how to design the merch. I honestly don't want to do anything when it comes to the products. I want someone else to do it, and I'll just take a cut. I need somebody else to do literally everything, and then I can just take a percentage of it. That's the only way I can see this working because I want nothing to do with it. Because I don't want, if I was involved in the process, I have autism. I don't work well with other people. So if I'm in any way involved in the process, then all of a sudden I'm going to have to give directives. And if I'm giving directives, it's not going to go well. I've been a manager numerous times. I've had people work for me numerous times, and I like things to be a certain way that no one can live up to. It's just not possible. I like things to be done my way, specifically my way. So when I give instructions to people and they only do like half of the instructions, that shit really bothers me. So to the point where it's just like I don't want to give people instructions. I don't work well with other people just because my standards in general they're just too high. They're gonna I want things done a very specific way. The way people can't do it. So I prefer to work alone. I don't like working with other people because they don't do things the way that I want to do things. So when it comes to the merchandise, I don't know how to fucking do that. If there was a website with the merchandise on it, then I mean it goes through YouTube. I don't even know how the fucking thing works. I could connect a website and then I can link videos. YouTube keeps sending me notifications. They're like, turn on these different things that you can now do. I'm monetized now. They're like, turn these things on. Here, click this button to get started. I constantly get messages like, here, turn on your memberships. Click this button to get started, or turn on your connect a website, click this button to get started. Tag your products from your store on your website to your specific videos. Click here to get started. That kind of thing. Well, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do any of that shit. And I don't want to be involved. I can turn it all on and direct people somewhere, but YouTube gets their cut. That's the thing. So I know it would tell me exactly how much money is going through YouTube to whatever I have it connected to. So I just don't know how to work all that shit out. And there's like legalities involved, and I don't know. I mean, like I just don't know how to do that shit. And so, yeah. And so I've got lots of ideas for when it comes to t-shirts, but I just don't see that as when it comes to my involvement. I just don't see my involvement too much, and I'm afraid it's fear. It's some type of anxiety. I've always had that type of anxiety. I've had numerous people ask me to go into business with them, to start businesses with them. They have a business and they want me to be a part of the business, and I'm just like, no. I'm not. I mean, I couldn't. I can't work with. I can't see working with other people. I just can't see doing it. I own a company. I have an LLC, and I don't do anything with it. And do you own your own business? Well, here's how you know if you own your own business. Do you pay taxes? Does the government take them? If the government takes taxes from you for a business, you got a business. That's how you know. So I can tell people, yeah, I own my own business, and other people be like, well, but no, I don't do anything with it. So like, no, you don't. No, you don't. It's like, well, I do. I know how I know. The IRS tells me that I have a business. That's how I know. Yeah, so that's when you know you have a company. I want to smoke the marijuana. Oh wait, where's Megan? LOL. That's from Zane. And Susan Knox says thanks. And Brendo Julian Windsor says need Walton cosplay merch. Glasses, long brown wig, and burrito blanket for the Don't forget the two different colored facial hair here. The darker above the lip and then the grayer below the lip color that I've got going on here. And then, do you want to have the roach clip too? That would be some great merch, wouldn't it? You gotta have the roach clip. Use the roach clip, the one I have. What do you think I could sell that for? I could make that. There's nothing to it. I mean, it just requires a few steps. But I'm sure that I could make that. And then, like, here, how much you want to sell those things for? I guess it would depend on how long it took to make them and what the price of materials were. So I guess I'd have to work all that out. What's my time worth in order to make it? Do you want to know what my time's worth? Well, it depends on what we're talking about. If I'm working for you at your company, it's one thing. But if you're hiring me for my company, it's a different thing. For example, if you're hiring me, I don't do job. I used to do side jobs. I don't do side jobs anymore. But when I had a company, I did work for them. This is how I charge people because I didn't want to do stuff. My kids lived at home, and I didn't want to do side jobs because my kids lived at home, and I wanted to spend time with my kids because I knew that when they moved out, I was going to be sad about it. My kids have moved out. I'm sad about it, but I'm happy that instead of doing more work when they were living here, I made it a point to work less so that I could spend as much time with my kids as I could before they eventually moved out. Your kids are going to move out and they're going to be gone forever at some point in time. And I know that empty nest syndrome was going to hit me hard, and it sure as shit did, and it sure as shit still is hitting me hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. Anyway, but so I didn't want to do side jobs, so here I just would charge extraordinary amounts of money. People would ask me, how much do you charge? And I'd say, I charge $100 an hour with a 2 hour minimum from the son of a bitch. I forgot my phrasing. It's so great. That means I haven't done it in so long. I charge $100 an hour with a 2 hour minimum, including drive time. So the moment I get into my car and drive towards your house, the clock has started. And it starts all the way until and it keeps going until I get back to my house. And then it stops. And it's a minimum of 2 hours. No matter what happens in that 2 hours, no matter how fast I fix whatever problem that you have, it's every time you call me, you're paying $200 minimum. And that's so it's $100 an hour. But I said if you needed me to do work from my workshop, which is downstairs, I have my workshop. I said I will work for 8 hours every day, probably more, but 8 hours every day, and that's $500 for those 8 hours is what I would charge if I'm working from home. But if I had to go on call and I had to leave, it was $100 an hour, 2 hour minimum, including drive time, because I didn't want to fucking do it. But I had people calling me, wanting me to do stuff, And the problem was, I was telling this to people who were wealthy, because I used to be a carpenter and we used to build houses, multiple millions of dollar houses, and they would ask questions, what do I do? And anyway, we get to chatting and they get to want to hire me. One time I had one of my clients called me up and he's just like, it was like 8 o'clock on a Friday night. I want to say 7 or 8 o'clock. And my daughter was my time. My daughter was with me. So her and I were just watching TV in the living room. It was my weekend with her, and a client called me up and he's just like, he's like, my Wi-Fi has gone down and I've got company over right now. I need you to get it back up. And I'm just like, all right, walk down to the basement. I'll tell you exactly what you need to do. You just need to unplug your router and plug it back in. And he's just like, I need you to come over and I need you to do it. And I'm just like, I'm like, that's really fast. I can walk you through it. It's going to take like 5 minutes for me to walk you through it. It's going to take you, I'm just going to tell you the instructions. You just got to unplug one thing and plug it back in, and then it should work. And he's just like, I need you to come over and do it. I'm entertaining guests. My wife told me that she does not want me to leave. She wants it fixed now. She's pissed. Please come over now and fix it. And I'm just like, okay, I'm on my way. And I think the whole trip, he lived like 15 minutes from me. He lived really close. He knew that I lived close. The whole trip took me less than an hour. It's like I left, and I want to say it was around 7 o'clock, and before 8 o'clock, I was back. I was back in my pajamas, back sitting back on the same on my love seat right there where my daughter was on the sofa. And it was really quick. And I'm gonna charge you $200 to do this. And he's just like, it's fine, no problem. And then he tipped me when I was there, so he gave me $50 because I made it work. And I'm just like, like, all you have to do, I'm like, I'll label this plug for you, man. All you have to do is unplug it and plug it back in. But his wife didn't want him to touch it because the system, it wasn't like a home router where you just have the router plugged in, like a router and a modem are right next to each other. This guy he had a whole elaborate rack because he had a whole sound system that went through his house, and his internet went into different things, and there was just all these different things that were being controlled in this one spot. I mean, it's shit beyond my understanding, but I knew where the router was, so I knew where to unplug and replug. Wasn't hard, but made a quick $200 in less than an hour. But I didn't want to do it. I was with my daughter. I didn't want to do it. Because I was with my kids. I'd rather spend time with my children than not spend time with my children. But I used to be a carpenter, and I worked with a whole lot of other union carpenters. So we got doing union jobs. There's a whole crap load of us all in one spot. Everybody was talking about doing side jobs, and I'm just like, I don't want to do side jobs because my kids are getting older. My kids are in their late teens, and I'm like, they're going to be moving out. I'm going to miss my kids. Lord Vader. That was water. It was quite delicious. Anyway, what was I talking about? Merchandise. So I'm talking about if there were a website, like I don't know how this would even work. There'd have to be a website that just sold stuff. It doesn't even have to be anything specific to me. It just has to be. It can be any. It can be fucking anything. But someone else has to do all the work. And again, I don't know if I trust people to do that. I don't trust anybody. I have agoraphobia, and I'm paranoia. That's what it is. I got paranoia. It's like severe paranoia. I mean, I think everybody's out to get me. Like, people are going to want to get into business with me just to fuck me over, that kind of thing. It's a scary thought, but that's the way it is. I have paranoia. I'm afraid everything's gonna fall apart. I'm gonna invest in something, I'm just going to lose. Yeah, so I guess I play things conservatively. Gregorius Mike says it's scary. Hey, it's scary. Hey, what is getting in business with other people is scary. Yeah, I don't want to get into business with other people. I can't imagine. Like, I don't even want to do. I don't do anything when it comes to other people. Like own property with somebody else. I never want to do that. I was left some property with myself, and someone else were left a piece of property when somebody died. someone died, and then they left me a piece of property that was to me and somebody else. And I instantly sold that shit. And I just like, I didn't want, because I do not want to own property with somebody else. I don't want to own anything with anybody else. I need to be able to make the decisions on my own because I don't want to have that conflict. And there would be conflict, you know? If you owned, say you own a house and you and somebody else own a house, and all of a sudden the roof starts leaking, you know, you can do $100 repair, or you can do $10,000 entire redo your roof. And when you got to make, now you've got to talk to somebody else, and you have to come to a decision as to how you want to handle that problem. And there can be, that's a big difference there, to $100 to $10,000, and you got to pay half of that shit. That's the way shit works. Brando Julian Winter says, scary enough with people you know, people you only know online is definitely a gamble. Yeah, shit, I know. Like, and I have, for example, I have people in my life, they're not people, I have people who were in my life, people I called family, and then other people I called friends. And they're not anymore. And I didn't have, and they, like, so, I wasn't in business with any of them. So, I mean, I just can't, I mean, those relationships all fell apart, went straight to shit, and there was no money involved. So if there was money involved, the relationship's definitely gonna. If I can't hold on to a relationship that has no money involved, how am I gonna hold on to a relationship where there's money involved? You know, that shit's never gonna happen. I mean, you're gonna disagree. People disagree. And then, yeah, I'm particular. I like things done a certain way, you know. And then what if, you know, like you get into business with someone like who sells products for you, but they don't deliver on time, you know, like, or within the correct reasonable amount of time, you know, like supposed to have something shipped out in a week, and a month later people still don't have it. Well, that's not cool. You know, you have to now, you got to deal with it, because it's especially with shit that's got, if it's going through my, I don't know if that affects my ability to, like, if, you know, with YouTube, if YouTube would get involved, if, you know, people are buying stuff and then not getting delivered, they complain to YouTube, and then does YouTube take care of it? Because YouTube might be like, yeah, we're shutting your account down because you're not fulfilling your orders, you got too many complaints or some shit like that. I don't know how the fucking thing works. No clue. So anyway, but if there was I tried to get involved with Amazon merchandise on demand. They didn't accept me. They rejected me, which they do for everyone. You've got to give them examples. They have to be able to see something, and I didn't give them examples, so they rejected me. But I was gonna have them do all the work to make the T-shirts. I just had to make the designs, and they would do everything else for the T-shirts. They would take care of, you know, shit that, yeah, you'd pay them, and they got people to do it. But I don't. I don't. They didn't want me. So that would be good if we could somehow get, if we could get Amazon to do it. So if Amazon were the ones who are actually making the T-shirts and sending them out and doing all the work, because they're guaranteed, man. If they fuck up, they've got people to back up people. You know, if they're, I was gonna say printing press fails. I have no idea how you put T-shirts on. If their process, the house burns down, if the place burns down that, you know, you were using to make your merchandise, Amazon will just move to another person to who makes merch. They've got their hands in a lot of pots. So they would just move, get someone else to do it. Nothing, the production would go on. So if someone else wanted to design everything, and then Amazon were to do all of the actual T-shirt making stuff. But then again, I'm saying this like there's going to be millions of T-shirts made. I mean, there's not. I'm not that popular. You know, no, I'm not. And I'd have to say something. No, I'm not. I don't feel like that. I don't feel like my endorsement is a ringing endorsement. I don't feel like that's going to do much of anything. I mean, I don't have more than the most amount of viewers I ever had at one time. I want to say is 34. And I think that was just recently. That was on Halloween. So I'm not a big draw when it comes to live streaming. I mean, when I'm going through, flipping through, and looking at shorts and stuff, you occasionally see people's live streams. I always look to see how many people are watching. Always more than me. There's like so many people. Like, man, I just flipped through one. They had it was just a woman who was in her car and she had the camera way too close to her face, in my opinion, and she had 56 people watching. I'm like, I've never had 56 people watching at one time. That shit's never happened. But it's because I don't feel like I'm that interesting. So I'm not exactly a ringing endorsement. And it's also the way that I talk. The way that I talk, it annoys the shit out of people. I mean, some people it really bothers them because I talk in a certain way. And sometimes I mumble and kind of drawl and word, and I don't like that. Cause my mind shit's crystal clear, but when I've played my own live streams, I'm like, man, I'm just kind of mumbling through shit. Mumbling, stumbling, words just draw together. It almost sounds like a sing song or one big word that just goes on and on and on. Yeah. Again, I can shoot down anything, can't I? I can really make shit. When it comes to me, it's like, oh, am I involved? That's not worth it. You don't want me to be involved. You want to do that with. I'm not going to help things. I'm just going to make shit worse. Paranoia, self doubt, imposter syndrome, self hatred. I have it all. I need my selenite. I should probably hold on to that. I'd put it behind my ear, but I have my glasses on. I don't even know if it would stay behind my ear. Maybe I could put it like right here. I wonder if that'll help. Is it obvious that that's there? Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. It's selenite. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's supposed to affiliate links, question mark. This is from Gregorius Mike. Maybe those products you recommend can be from any e-commerce website that has an affiliate program. Yeah, but how would I get any money on that? How do I get paid? I don't want to do anything. I just want checks. I don't want to be involved in the process, but I don't want to be involved in the decision making either. None of the decision makings. I want no liability on it either. I want someone else to hold the paper, so to speak, in that situation. They just give you a cut. If the traffic from the links results in a sale, they give you a tiny percentage. That's all. Okay, that I can live with. Where does one go to sign up for that? Is there one website I can go? And even then, that's going to be tough. Shit, I got shit in my ears. There we go. Yeah, how does that shit happen? And then it still scares me. You know, all of this shit scares me. Oh my God, I just have a headache right now. I just felt a stabbing pain right there. It went away. I feel like it's got a bit of residual. Maybe I should smoke some pot. Probably not. Is this thing causing me pain on the other side of my head? That's amazing. Oh no, this lighter's almost dead. I don't have another one over here. Sad face. I can't refill this lighter either. I've got a bunch of lighters that are just like this, the stick kind of lighters, because my hands hurt. And these don't hurt my hands to light. The little ones where you gotta spin the wheel, that shit hurts my hands. I have arthritis in both of my hands. Yay. Anyway, here we go. drugs. Oh, drugs. I have my Altoid tins. That's what I use as my ashtray slash, whatever's left in my joint holder. Drugs. It's legal here. I'm not breaking any laws. It's legal recreationally. Not that that matters. I'm smoking it medicinally. I don't use recreational marijuana. I use medicinal marijuana. There's a difference. The amount of taxes I pay on it is different because I smoke medical marijuana. The taxes are less. Far less. I don't know how much less, but it's less. 3%, I want to say. You ever try taking a hit on every inhale? Okay. Everything is burning now in my throat. That should do it. Wait, hold on. Gregorius Mike says, you think medicinal is better quality? No, it's all the same marijuana. I was just being weird about with the way I was phrasing it. Medical marijuana and the recreational, it's all the same. The only difference is you have to have a medical marijuana card in order to buy medical marijuana, which is the same thing. But it's cost the same. You just pay different amount in taxes. Medical with recreational marijuana, you can only buy 3 ounces at a time when you go buy. But when you have the medical card, you can buy 6 ounces at a time. And then when it came to when I go to the dispensaries to buy marijuana, if there's a line and they're all there recreationally, I go to the front of the line because I'm there getting it medicinally. I jump to the front. So like on 420 when when everybody was a big long line to get in there because they had these 420 specials. I'm like, I'm medical, and they're like, okay, you can come to the front of the line. So all these people were waiting in line, and I just jumped ahead of all of them because, and they're like, why does he get to go ahead? It's like, because he's medical. He's medical gets to go first, and then because everyone else is recreational. I mean, I need it for medicinal reasons. So they bumped me ahead of the line, and then when it came to taxes, I just pay less taxes. But now everything's the same. It's the same marijuana, but I was phrasing it in a way that made it seem like it was different marijuanas. Anyway, also you have to have a medical marijuana card in order to grow marijuana. So you can't grow marijuana for recreation reasons. You can only grow marijuana for medicinal reasons. So I can grow medical marijuana. I have the license to grow it. But if you were caught growing marijuana and you didn't have the license, I don't think anybody's really gonna care unless you had like a whole house full of them. You're only allowed 18. You're allowed 18 plants total. In they might have upped that when the laws changed, but I think it's only 18 plants. You're allowed 18 plants total. If they raid your house, you can only have 18 plants in your house. But then you can have like it's like six, six, and six. You can have six that are in the flowering stage, six that are in the vegetative stage, and six of them that are seedlings. Six, six, and six is what you're supposed to have. That's the way I read the law, but I don't really remember, and I don't think anybody really cares. I have everything I need to grow marijuana downstairs right now, and I don't do it because I have depression. It's really bad. And it's really sad. Brando Julian Windsor says VIP, very important pot smoker. I feel very high. I feel the marijuana kicking in. I was smoking it a moment ago. I did the let's smoke on every inhale for it felt like forever. I'm like, I'm just gonna keep doing this until there's pain. Well, there was pain because after a while shit starts to burn. Anyway, Gregorius Mike says it's nearly legalized in NZ, but about 48% for and 52% against, roughly. So you can't get info on strains, etc., unless you go medicinal route. It's legal medically here, not recreationally. So yeah, then go for the medical one. That's what I would do. That's what I did. I got the medical one. The first time I got my medical marijuana card, I went there for pain management. And it was really obvious that I had pain. I just showed him my hand right here. And I'm like, because I'm missing part of one finger, because I ran this hand through a table saw one time. And so I have pain. So went to marijuana for pain management, and he said to me, he's like, all right, I can improve your for pain management, but 1 year from now, you're going to have to get a note from another doctor stating that they've reviewed you for for that kind of pain. And I said, okay, no problem. So this is 1 year. That's back when it was 1 year. It's like 6 years now. They've changed the law. So every year you had to renew your license, and second time around when I had to renew my license, I said, yeah, I have insomnia. And he says, great, you're approved. And then that was it. We're done. You don't need a doctor to prove you have insomnia. They're not going to do that. That shit doesn't happen. If you tell a doctor you have insomnia, you have insomnia. That's just the way shit is. Because they don't test you for insomnia. It's too difficult. How would you test somebody for insomnia? You'd have to do like sleep studies, and it's like that's just a huge pain in the ass. Yeah, and they're for long periods of time. It's not just one. You'd have to have it's just too much to do. So insomnia is where you want to go. But I have suffered worse from insomnia in the past. I feel like it's not as bad as it used to be. God, I don't even know why I say shit like that. I don't want to come back, but I've had it really bad. I remember I'm laying in bed, but it physically hurt. to lay in bed. I felt like I was just in pain laying in bed, so I just couldn't sleep. So I'd stand up, but I was so tired. Man, I'm just so tired. So I'm like standing by my bed and staring at my bed, like I want to lay down so bad, but it hurts. It just hurts, and I have to stand back up. Hurts mentally. It doesn't hurt physically. It's a pain that I can't describe. Either you know what I'm talking about or you don't. Hopefully you don't. Quaker says, I was going to say a sleep study. LOL. Yeah, a sleep study would, but you'd have to have multiple sleep studies in order to prove that you have insomnia. When the doctors just take your word for it when you have insomnia, what else can they do? They're going to say, liar. Like, what are they going to do? Come home with you and like watch you sleep for a couple of weeks just to see if you actually have insomnia? No one's going to do that. So like really like you're gonna have to have all the little electrodes and stuff on you to see if you're actually awake or asleep. That kind of shit. Let's see here. Gregorius Mike says, I need to be in a lab for months probably. Yeah, it just seems harsh. And then Quacker's like, how about going back to work? How's it been affecting your mental health? Oh, yeah, so going back to work is it's got its pluses and its minuses when it comes to my mental health stuff that I've got going on. It's I want to say there's more pluses than minuses, but it's so I would say good. I say it's better. Things are better that I have a job. I mean, I don't feel as things are better. Things are definitely better. I have a hard time admitting that things are better because I have a job. That's tough. I don't know why I have a hard time admitting that because shit's still bad. It's still bad, but things are better. That's the problem. You know, like there's a line and shit's just so very bad, but having a job, shit is just it's better, but it's still so very bad. And that's the best you can fucking hope for. It's just for shit to get a little bit better. It's still gonna be bad. You can still have devastating consequences, but anyway, it's nice having something to do instead of sitting at home and thinking horrible things. But I go to work and think horrible things. So it's nice to have something to do. It's nice to have an income. That's a huge plus. Having an income. So I had no income. I was selling my retirement account. So I still have. I think I have one left. Not much, and then that's going to be wiped out when I go to pay taxes on the because I'm taking early withdrawals from my IRA accounts and my 401ks. So I got to pay penalties and I got to pay taxes on all this stuff. So when it comes tax time, all the last retirement account's gonna be gone. So I got an income, which is good, but like my retirement is it's just not gonna happen anytime. Well, I don't plan on retiring anyway. I plan on working until I die. So the money so money's good, and then there's another third factor. I don't remember what it was. Oh man, I missed my finger. There was the two I just said, and I can't remember what I just said. Oh, money coming in, having something to do. Those are good. And then there was something else. Oh, it's the health insurance. Shit, that was the big one. I've got health insurance as of yesterday. I didn't have health insurance since January 1st. And I didn't find out I didn't have health insurance until like it was late January. So I've known that I didn't have health insurance for like 9 months and change. You know, it's like, if that doesn't give you agoraphobia, nothing will, right? I was afraid to leave the house because I was afraid to get hurt. Because if I got hurt, I had no health insurance. I tried to get Obamacare several times. I want to say 5, and I tried, I think maybe 4. And I asked my daughter, I said, "Can you please fill this paperwork out for me because I'm doing something wrong?" And I'm like, and she did. She filled it's all online, and she did it. It was all real fast. Not real fast, but it was fast enough. It wasn't like it took forever. And it's like it would say pending review, pending review, pending review, and then it would just all of a sudden say withdrawn or something like that. It would just be like canceled or something like that, and then I have to do it again. I was doing something wrong. I don't know what it was, but it didn't tell me what the problem was. Anyway, having health insurance is great. Oh, I have vision insurance too. I called the vision place today and said I just got health insurance yesterday or vision insurance yesterday. Can you send me some contacts? And they're sending me contacts for my eyes, which is a good thing. It's a 6-month supply. I wear them for 2 weeks. So they're supposed to be worn for 2 weeks. I'm going to turn it into a year. I'm going to wear them for 4 weeks instead of the 2 weeks in order to, yeah, just stretch it out. I think I got $140 off, but it still cost me like $140. I got multifocal contact lenses so I can read things up close and read things far away. It works in both. So it's like bifocals for contacts. I don't know how the hell this shit works, but it works. Anyway, I don't have my contacts in now because it's the weekend. I have my glasses on. These here were off the cheap rack because I got them. These were the cheapest frames that they had. They had like 3 different frames that were the cheapest that I could find, and this was. And I tried all 3 on, and I asked my daughter, I said, "Which one of these?" And she's like, "Well, they all look good." I'm like, "You have to pick one." I said, "I do this shit on YouTube, and you have to pick one because I don't want to be looking weird or funny or wrong in front of other people." And so she picked these ones right here. I had some other ones I was wearing. They were Oakley's, but they were old. The prescription was bad. It needed to be updated. Wait, are these? Hold on. Oh yeah, these are bifocals. These no trifocals. I think I have trifocals. Multifocal. Yeah, these are them. So the bottom part of my. That's why I do that. So I can read the comments right now, but I can't read the comments right now. That kind of thing. But when I have my contacts in and I can't quite focus on what it is, I bring it down like this, and then so I can try in order to try and focus on what it is. But it doesn't work that way with contacts. It doesn't matter where you look. You can look up here, but that's why I bring things down to try and see them. Let's see here. Cracker says she picked well. My daughter picked well. Yeah, thank you. I think she did too. They are Armani Exchange is what they are. And they're so wildly flexible and make all this noise, but that's exactly what I need them to do. Not necessarily make noise, but be this kind of flexible. They're not rigid and stable. They are, because I'm not real gentle with my stuff. From time to time. If it's not on your face, it's in the case. That's what the guy said to me when I bought these glasses. And see if he was that's what he told me. Yeah, don't set them down anywhere else. You take them off your face. You put them in the case. And I did that for a long time, but I don't do it as much as I should. Which is every time. As soon as you take them off, put them in the case. I do have the case sitting right next to my bed, and I put them in there at night when I go to sleep, but I don't close the case. I just set it in there. Brando Julian Windsor says you can do what Elton John does and wear a different pair of bizarre glasses every stream. Haha. I can't afford them. Prescription glasses, especially, I couldn't afford to get them, but just decorative ones. Like go to a party supply store and then get a package of 12 or something. I could probably do that. I can make shit. I can make that happen. There's a party supply store around somewhere. Wait, are those still around? Did those all die when COVID happened? I had COVID twice. I lost my sense of taste the second time around. That was that was bizarre. That realization when I realized that it happened. I didn't realize immediately that it happened. That I'd lost my sense of taste. It was just all of a sudden I realized it out of nowhere. I'm like, wait a minute, I can't taste this. And it was like, and then when I realized that it had been like that for a while, and I just didn't register out loud. It like registered on one level, but didn't register all of a sudden. It's like, wait a minute. And then my daughter was at the time she was eating mango. At the time, like I can't taste anything. She's like, I'm like, no. So I tried. I hate mango with a passion. I hate mango. I just can't stand eating it. This is an autism thing. There's no doubt about it. Mangoes and peaches, watermelons. I can't eat them. I hate them. I hate them with a passion. There's just certain foods that I cannot eat, and mango's one of them. My daughter gave me half of a mango, and I ate all of it. I couldn't taste it at all. It was like, holy shit, this is insane. And it was really cold, and the roads were slick outside at that time. Like there was a lot of ice out. So I didn't want my daughter or me going to the grocery store, but if had it been better roads, I would have gone to the store and bought all kinds of food that I did not want to eat. I don't like eating, and I would have ate them. Like I would have ate peaches. I would have ate whatever the other thing was that I just said that I don't like eating. Watermelon. I would have ate it all. Not onions though. Not onions and not coconut. I can't eat onions and coconut because it makes like noise when you chew on it, and I don't like that shit. That's autism right there. I don't like also I don't like the taste of onions. But if it didn't make that noise when you chewed on it, and you just had the flavor of onions, I hate onions. I don't like onions at all. It's a thing that when I'm dating someone, they can't eat raw onions ever. It's a problem and be around me because it bothers me that much. And it bothers me the next day. It bothers me. Remember I had a girlfriend come over one time and I'm like, you smell like raw onions. She's like, I didn't have any raw onions. I'm like, no, it's not coming from your breath. It is coming off of your skin. You smell like onions. And she's like, I didn't have onions today. And I'm like, when did you have onions? She's like, I had them on my lunch yesterday. And I'm like, I can smell onions on you. I didn't know she had eaten onions, but I'm like, you can't. I'm like, you cannot eat raw onions. You can't. She had a salad with raw onions. And I'm like, you can't eat raw onions and be around me unless there's like a long period of time between when you eat the onions and when you're in, because I can smell it. I smell it coming off your skin, and it really bothers me. So I can't eat onions. I hate the way they taste. I hate the way the texture is. I hate the way the sound that it makes when you eat it. I don't like, and then I don't like it that it's just there. It dominates the flavor of everything. And it's just, there it is. It's on your mouth. And every time you like burp some, there it is. When I drink water, that first drink of water, I drink a lot of air apparently. I don't know how to drink water correctly. Subsequent drinks, there's no air, but it's not supposed to make a loud noise when you drink. That means you're drinking air. You know that loud water drinking noise that people make. It's what am I talking about? I feel really high all of a sudden. I hate coconut. Brandon journalists, I hate coconut. Texture is the worst, but I have to disagree with you on onions. Love them, lol. Coconut, I can agree with, so gross. And then that's from Quacker. And Gregorius Mike says, dang, coconut's a problem. Oh, I had friends. They're not friends anymore, but I had friends. I was at a couple's house one time, and I was telling them how much I hated coconut. I hate coconut. I just can't eat coconut. And then we were talking about something else, and I was just very into what I was talking about. And then one of the owner of the house, he said, "Here, I got this chocolate. I want you to try it. That's really good." And I said, "Okay, great." And I tried it, and it had coconut in it. Right after I said I don't like coconut, I'm just like, you gave me coconut? Why did you give me coconut? And I couldn't get it out of my teeth, and it would just really bother me. I'm like, I felt so betrayed by this. I don't know what the hell he heard, but he heard me say, what he heard me, what he heard in his mind, not what I said, but somehow he heard me say, I don't like coconut, but I really want to like coconut. That's what I think he heard me say, and that wasn't at all. I said I don't like coconut because I fucking hate coconut, and I don't ever want to eat it for the rest of my life. I don't want to eat. I can have coconut flavor, but I never want to have the coconut shavings. I just never want to have them. And he gave me a chocolate, and I felt so betrayed. I got so upset. I had to leave. I had to leave this event. It bothered me so much. I couldn't believe that right after I said I don't like coconut, somebody hands me coconut. He's like, you had to have known it had coconut in it. And I'm like, I had no idea you were giving me something with coconut in it because I wasn't paying attention because it just never occurred to me that somebody would give me something right after I said I didn't like it. I just couldn't understand that. And that was autism versus me being an autistic versus talking to somebody who doesn't have autism. That was the autism non-autism disconnect that somehow happened right there. But I felt betrayed. I mean, I felt like so violated by this because that's the type of thing that would happen in my childhood. You said that you don't like something, you don't want it, so people say get the perfect opportunity. Okay, great. Now guess what you're having? That kind of thing. Here's your punishment. You're eating things you don't want to eat, which doesn't make you like them more. Anyway, coconut. I don't like coconut texture, but I like coconut flavor. Like I like pina coladas. I can only drink one. They're a little bit too syrupy, sugary. I like the song "Escape." Rupert Holmes. I had a pina colada and I was in Florida on vacation. My daughter and I were on vacation. We were on a beach in Florida, and there was a bar, and it was a bar for all ages, but she was sitting at the bar. It was a restaurant, but they had a bar. We were sitting at the bar at a restaurant. We weren't at a bar because she was a teenager. Then I don't remember how old she was. But I had ordered a pina colada, and she had ordered a virgin pina colada. You know, because I was having a pina colada, said I want a pina colada on the beach, and she's just like, so she ordered a virgin pina colada on the beach, and my drink was $11, and her drink was $9. It's like, holy shit. I was like, so am I just getting $2 of alcohol here? But it's like, no, that's not the case. You see him put the alcohol in, but it's just, I was like, why was hers so damn expensive? But no, I had to have, it was always on, it was the thing where I had to have a pina colada on the beach, and then the rum, when you're on the beach, I drink rum. One time, my daughter and I were in Florida, and we were at Disney World, and Disney World, downtown Disney World, where they have a bunch of shops and stuff. We wound up going to Disney World, downtown Disney. I think they call it something else now, but at downtown Disney, we went there like every night we would go there. Like we would go to a park all day long, and then every night we would go to downtown Disney. We like always wound up there because there was just always something going on. And they had a Coke store there where they sold Coca-Cola products, just tons and tons of Coca-Cola products. But they had on the roof they had like a Coca-Cola bar restaurant area, and I went and got a rum and Coke float at the rum and at this place right there. I want to say it was $15.99 for this drink. But it was like the first thing on the menu that they had on alcohol. When I don't know what to get, I go to whatever category I'm looking for, and I look at the first thing that they have. This is what I do when I go to restaurants. If I go to a place that's whatever they specialize in, I will look at what's the first thing that they have on there, because whatever the first thing is they have listed, that must be their best item. Like if I want to get a cheeseburger and I don't know what kind of cheeseburger I want, go to cheeseburgers and what's the first cheeseburger that they have listed? Because that's their star. That should be their number one right there. So a lot of times I just don't know what I want, but I can that's why am I talking about this? I don't know. I got lost on something. We were talking. Oh, I went to the alcohol. I wanted to get a rum and coke float for $15.99. It was good. I remember posting something on Facebook about it. I want to say way way back when. So I smoked an indica marijuana. I smoked an indica marijuana. But before I started this live stream, I smoked a sativa. Like, I want to say 15 minutes or so, 30 to 15 minutes before I started this live stream. And I was told that I seemed more upbeat than my normal depressing self. So I said, well, maybe it's the marijuana. We can find out when I smoke more. So I just smoked some indica. So is there a difference between one and the other? I don't notice any change, but I don't know. Someone tells me I seem more upbeat than I normally do. I wouldn't recognize that. Damn, wait, am I being pessimistic? I recognize everything is like a downbeat or a downturn. That's weird. So if anything, I view everything as things are getting worse. Like, oh, I'm upbeat right now. I would view that as getting worse. Being giddy, being happy, excited about something, so to speak. I view that as all right. I'm getting worse. I'm just now realizing that I do this. I'm saying this out loud. That if I'm starting to feel better, that's a sure sign that things are getting worse or they're about to get worse. So don't let things get better because, if you'd be like, oh, things are starting to get better, and then boom, the bottom drops out. Something happens, something goes horribly wrong. Like you get your hopes up that some sort of thing is going to happen, and then it doesn't happen. It's like, why did I get my hopes up? Why did I get my hopes up? Just to have shit fall apart and be disappointed. So I recognize an uptick, an upturn, as a bad thing. It's not a good thing. Things are getting worse when things are getting better. That's my kind of mental illness that I have. I recognize it all as bad. I am just realizing this as I'm saying it, and I feel like I do that a lot. I just kind of talk things out, and I'm like, wow, holy shit, I do this, and let's figure this shit out, shall we? Yeah, and I think I did. Yeah, so so like for example, holy shit, I'm tying it all together. When I was talking about my job, when I was asked how does my having a job, I've had a job now. I didn't have a job for like a year and a half, and and then I've had it for like 5 weeks now. I was asked what effect did the job have on my mental health, and I was extremely hesitant to say that it has had a better effect on my mental health. There's still problems. Shit is still there. I still have the same issues. I'm just having them somewhere else, but I think I'm having them less frequently. But it was so difficult for me to get to the point of saying, yes, it's been better on my mental health to have a job. I just like it took me a few steps to get up there to actually saying it. I think I said, I don't know what I said. I think I thought about it for a minute. I said something like, well, yeah, there's pluses and minuses, something like that. I said that, yeah, and I started naming, I don't know what I started. I started out, yeah, anyway. My point being, I'm realizing this all at one time, that I do this. This is something that I do. I recognize, I still recognize shit as worse. I recognize me, the job possibly having a more negative effect on me. God, I still got, even the way I'm wording my sentences in my head versus how I'm saying them, I'm like, I'm self sabotaging. And I know it. I know I'm self sabotaging. Because I'm saying one thing in my head, and when I spit it back out over here, it's different. I'm self sabotaging. I know I do it, but this is just a crystal clear example of me doing it. I recognize an upbeat and upturn when things are better for me mentally as a bad thing. That's depressing and sad. Like, I almost feel like I want to cry about it. I'm not going to, but I kind of felt like it for a split second there, but now I'm good. Hmm. Like, it's the kind of thing that I didn't realize. The job, that the job is better for me overall. I mean, there literally are pluses and minuses, but there's more pluses than minuses. There's far more pluses than minuses. Wow, it took me a long time to say that, and I didn't want to. It is better for me my mental health to have a job. Having a job is in fact good for my mental health. Wow, I couldn't say that out loud. It took me that long to say that. Holy shit. But my problem is I only remember the bad shit. I only remember the bad stuff. I don't remember the good stuff or the indifferent stuff, like the background stuff. I don't notice that. I don't remember that kind of stuff. And I don't remember the good stuff. I only remember the bad stuff. And the bad stuff is, at the new job that I have, is that because of my mental illness, I self-isolate. It's just something that I have to do. I can't work with other people. Dialogue is very difficult for me. And I have a tendency to really upset people. So it's better for me just to not dialogue. It's better for me just to do my own thing in that regard. But while I'm isolated and I'm doing something, especially if it's a repetitive task, like, I remember I was painting a wall, roller painting a wall. It was a long wall, and I had to paint it several times. So it's just a whole lot of the exact same motion over and over and over. And then when you have that kind of repetition where things are always the same, that leaves plenty of an open mind space for the horrors to come creeping back in. They don't creep back in, they come running back in full force. Here I am. So, but that's what I remember when I think about work. That's what I remember. I remember these times when I'm doing something and all I'm doing is just having flashbacks nonstop because I self isolate. If I were around other people, I wouldn't have flashbacks. I would, but they wouldn't be as affecting me as much because my minds were being engaged to the point where I don't. There's times I have to carry conversations with people, and the flashbacks pop in and pop out because I need to concentrate on having a conversation with somebody because I need to talk about work. But there's the problem. So I have to isolate because the dialogue, even though the dialogue helps my flashbacks, I have to isolate from people because the only parts of the dialogue that I remember are the negative parts, where I might have said or done something that you could have misinterpreted another way, or it could be interpreted in two different ways. One of them could be good, one of them could be I don't know, and they're always going to interpret the other way, or at least I think they do. So it's just a matter of time before something happens or something's said or done in a conversation, and all of a sudden I'm freaked out, and now I've got something brand new to have a flashback about, and then relive that horror again and again and again, where something happens. And sometimes it's like it's not. Sometimes it's not that it's that serious of a thing. Sometimes people just think something's funny, like they reach out and they touch you, and I'm just like, and then the next, and I just think about that point when they touched me in the future, and I have a physical reaction to it. Just going through that memory, I have tics. I can say something like that. It was something that happened a long time ago. That was on everybody else's level, not a big deal. But to me, it's a big deal. You know, that those kind of things happen, and I just don't want to have those kind of interactions because it that kind of shit can affect me for a long time. Where it just pops into my mind all of a sudden. It's something like that. I'll shudder because the memory just comes back. And sometimes I hate the verbal tics. The verbal tics are terrible. I'm constantly saying shit I don't want to say. Just because something happens. So that's why I self isolate, just on the chance that because something like that might happen. And that shit bothers me. Just that memory coming back, it bothers me. And it bothers me and it affects me and it takes whatever mood I'm in and it brings me down. And there's just, what can I say? There's billions of things like that. That's an exaggeration, but I don't know. There's so many different things I have flashbacks about all damn day. Things I have a physical reaction to. You know, it's just shit that still to this day, it still disturbs me. Flashbacks suck. They really are bad. That's an extremely mild. That's nothing. That's nothing to anyone. People would hear this and be like, "What's wrong with you? You're just making shit up." Or that's not a flashback. It's like, you know, how does it affect you? Shit affects me. It affects me because I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And that's why it affects me. I'm mentally ill. So I have memories that come back and they have these very strong reactions to them, things that are no big deal to everybody else. But it's shit that just pops into my head and I'm like, oh God, that kind of thing. I don't want any more, but I don't like when new shit happens and all of a sudden now I'm having these reactions to things. So if I'm not around other people, I don't have any new flashbacks. Nothing to add to the pile. So anyway, the best thing for the old flashbacks is to have dialogue with other people. But the worst thing for the new flashbacks that can happen is to have dialogue with other people. I don't need any new flashbacks, new things to flashback on. I don't need that. I've got plenty that come on their own. Because I only remember the bad shit. I only remember the bad shit. The shit that other people say, no, that's no big deal. Well, it's a big deal to me. Why is it a big deal to me and not a big deal to you? Because I have mental illness. That's why. You can't understand it unless you have it too. I just heard a noise. It sounded like a drum. The dog didn't react, so I'm good. If there's a noise, I'm not concerned unless the dog's concerned. If the dog is concerned, then I might show concern. Sometimes he just hears another dog bark outside and he's got to let that other dog know something, just whatever it is, he's got to say it, and he's got to say it over and over again to make sure that other dog knows what he's trying to say. I'm not sure what he's saying, but he's saying it very strongly. He's strongly wording what he's saying, and he wants that other dog to know it and know it well. And he's going to keep telling that other dog just to make sure that dog knows what he was saying, which I don't know what he's saying. But he's saying it. There's no doubt that he's saying it. That marijuana, it makes me sleepy. Or it's just the time of day that I get sleepy. I didn't do anything today. I just played video games all day long. I played Fortnite. It's brand new. They like changed the whole game over. So I have autism, and I like my particular autism. I like to have routine. So when I played Fortnite, I would always land in the exact same spot, and I would do the exact same routine because I landed in a spot that had a lot of good weapons. You got to find the good weapons. You got to find them fast. And I found a spot that had a lot of them. I found all the weapons really quickly. And then I would just do the exact same routine and land in the same spot, go from here to here, here to here, here to here, here to here, over to here, and then I would kind of figure shit out from there. But I just kept establishing the same routine. I kept doing the same shit over and over again. And now they went and changed fucking everything. They changed all the weapons are different, and then they changed the entire map is different. So it's all brand new locations. It's an island that you're dropped on, and there's just all these different spots, and I don't know. And I gotta figure them out. And all the weapons are not nearly as cool. They're not nearly as good. You gotta find the cool weapons, and you gotta find the shield that goes around you. That's your invisible force field that helps protect you. You know. And then before, in the old map, there were shields all over the place you could find. Now it's so hard to find a shield. You gotta run around for a while to find a shield to get up to 100. Your health needs to be 100, and your shield needs to be at 100. And then you're fully protected at that point. As protected as you can be. If you get shot, it still hurts. It's just so hard to find the shield these days. And then the last one had Avengers boxes, from the movies Avengers, and they had all these different products. They're from Marvel. Oh, there were some good weapons in there, but no, now those weapons are all gone, and those boxes are gone with the good weapons. So it's hard to find good weapons. It's hard to find the shields. It's harder to find stuff. It's just taking me longer to find a good spot to land. But for Halloween, they had chainsaws for Halloween. So like for like a month before Halloween, you had chainsaws. You could use chainsaws, and they were great. They were fun because they tore people up quick, and they would die fast. And in Fortnite, when you hit them a few times with a chainsaw, but you could also use the chainsaw as a mode of transportation. You would like put it on the ground and jump on it, and then you would just go. It would launch you. It was great. It was so much fun. But the chainsaws are gone, and I'm sad about the chainsaws. Because when I finally got the chainsaws and I used them, I'm like, I love the chainsaw. Now there's no chainsaw. But it's called the remix in Fortnite. It goes back, but they have all the old school stuff that goes on in there. That's what I did all day long. I played this brand new map, and I just kept getting killed. I mean, I think I got to maybe 5th place is the best I did. And then my daughter's boyfriend and I played online, and we got together. We got to as a duo on there, which when you're a duo, you play against a bunch of other duos. So that are on there. So and then we got to 2nd place like 3 times. But we didn't get 1st place. And then it was like 5:30. So I had to get ready for this live stream. Which means that I had to get water, and I had to make sure I had enough marijuana. I had to get a lighter over here, and I had to get my joint box. Oh, and I did have just enough of the marijuana. I have to grind some more. I don't have to grind any more today. I don't have to grind any more tomorrow because I have like half a joint here. My marijuana usage is way down from what it used to be. It's way down. I don't know how this happened. Well, maybe it was the work thing because I don't smoke any pot at work, and I have, but I don't. I don't smoke any marijuana when I go to work. I do smoke when I come home, and I smoke, but it's like I sit down and I live stream, and that's when I do the smoking now. But it's the weekends, and so I was smoking during the day. I was smoking a sativa during the day. And then I smoked an indica Smoking indica at night. Hi, puppy.
Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweetie. Oh, you're just a big baby.
Oh, he thinks it's time for him to do something. He's not. That's not going to happen. It's too soon. Yeah. What was I talking about? I was thinking about the dog. He's yawning. He's adorable. Yeah, he's great. No. 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 Put your head back down. Nope, too soon. No. If I tell him no, he might lay back down. If I don't, he's gonna like stare at me. He's staring at me right now. Trying to get me to do something. Uh-oh. Shit, he's coming up here. No. No. Too soon. No. Yeah. No. Oh no. I think he's on his way. No. No. Oh, do you just want a belly rub? I can give you a belly rub. I can give you a belly rub. But that's not all you want, is it? No. It's not, you little whore. Yeah, he's just a big baby. You're just a big baby. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're just a big puppy. Oh, he's so big. He's got all these wrinkles underneath his neck. He's a Dotson. When he was a puppy, he was so wrinkly. He just had wrinkles all over. It was so cute. And then he grew up into a dog, and a lot of those wrinkles went away. He's got a bunch of them still underneath his neck. And it's adorable. It's adorable. It's adorable on a dog. It wouldn't be adorable on a person. And he's got like huge floppy ears. They're like massive. And that's not adorable on a person. When he was, there we go. You got funks in your eyes, buddy. Let me check the other one. No. There we go. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Yeah, you're so pretty now. You're so pretty now. When he was a puppy, I got numerous pictures of him looking at me with his ears out, because he was like listening and his ears were out, and they were like elephant size ears. He was like the ears were the same size as his head, so it was just kind of funny to look at because there's these three things, they were all the same size. He's like his ears stopped growing, his head kept growing, so he like grew into his ears, I guess, but when he was a puppy, he had these huge ears, like to the point where people commented on how big his damn ears were. Like, God, his ears are really big. I'm like, I know for this breed of dog, he had really big ears. But he grew into them, didn't you? He did have slightly larger paws too. His paws were big. They were noticeably larger, but they were just a little bit larger. But I've seen other puppies that had huge paws, like they were massive paws, and they were just little puppies, but the paws were big. Like, you want to be a big one? Hi, sweeties. Hi, sweeties. Hey, sweeties. He's an old man. This puppy's an old man. He's gonna be 6, aren't you? He's gonna be 6 this month. Ah, that was my knee that cracked. He's gonna be 6 this month. Aren't you adorable? Yes, you are. Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, he's a Scorpio. If I stop petting him, he's gonna be all in my face. Watch out! I can put my hands up. What was that noise, old man? Told you he was an old man. You hear him make that dad noise? Aw, aren't you just the cutest? Aren't you just the cutest? Yes, you are. Yeah, he's gonna annoy me now until I give him what he wants. Aww. Hello. Hello. Oh, I'm live streaming. That's something I normally do. This is familiar. This is not unfamiliar. Why does it feel unfamiliar? Because you're new? Oh. Yeah, you puppy. I have the dog. He's here to anchor me. He helps because he has routines that he has to have. He has to EAT at certain times, you know. So he's there to, you know, make sure I get out of bed because you know he will not let me just lay there in bed. He will he'll start pulling the blankets off of me and he'll jump on me and to get my attention. He'll start if he sees my hand, he'll start nibbling on my hand, anything at all to get me. He grabs onto my clothes and he starts pulling up because he wants to. When he wants to EAT, he wants to EAT. I can't say the word because then he'll get all crazy excited. Well, I'm not hungry. Am I? No. I probably would be hungry if I had any other food than what I have right now. I don't mind eating the pasta over and over again. I just don't want to cook it. That's my problem. It takes too long. It takes too long. I prefer to just pull something out of the refrigerator or pull something out of the freezer. Put it in the air fryer or something. I love peanut butter. It's ready to eat. I don't have to do anything. There's no preparation involved. I just have to open the jar and get a spoon. And it's fantastic. It is a fantastic food. I like those kind of foods that require no preparation in order to eat them. Ready to eat foods is what they are. Things like cookies. You know, cookies are ready to eat. No preparation is needed. Hi, how are you? No preparation is needed for cookies. They're ready to eat. Aren't you just the sweetest? Aren't you just the sweetest? You're gonna be a dick, aren't you? I'm all of a sudden tired. I feel tired, like sleepy tired. Yeah, marijuana is pretty good for the sleepies. I probably should remember that one. The marijuana that I got has low THC. It's like 17%. Hey. I mean, that doesn't make you sleepy or anything. But this one is making me sleepy. But it's low THC, which is I'm finding is better for me. I used to buy the stuff that was in the low 30s, but now I'm getting stuff in the teens. Mostly because that's all they had. Had they had one that was in the low 30s of THC, low to 30%. And it's not THC, and I know I'm saying the wrong thing, but that's just what people understand. That it was in I would have got the low 31 had it this was $120 an ounce, so that was in the low. That was good. I would take the low 30 because it was 120. Like in order to get something in the low 30s, it was getting over $200 an ounce, and I didn't want that. So I wound up smoking too much pot at one time anyway. I've done that often. Right? He's a good dog. I felt like I was going somewhere. I was talking about something with. Ow! Ow! I felt like I was going somewhere. I was talking about something. Come here. Okay. He's down. I have to feed him. Ready to eat food. Something about ready to eat foods or something. I don't know what I was saying. You're such a good boy. Pardon me, I have to feed the dog. I'll be right back. It's just a little bit that way. Ready to eat foods. You're such a good dog. Okay. What was I doing? Having a flashback. Got lost in it. This is one I don't care to talk about because it deals with people I don't care to talk about. Oh, the horror. Oh shit. I forgot to. I just I did tap the thumbs up on that one, so that one went up. Kundalini King says, "What is this?" It's a live stream. I mean, I do drugs and have lots of mental illness. And I have a dog. I have autism and complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Oh no! I fucked up. I clicked off of this. I don't know what to do now. What is this live stream called? No, it's Saturday something, right? Hold on. No, this is not good. I'm struggling. I was watching, so I'm watching this. I'm watching my live stream on 3 different places while I'm live streaming in order to up my view count. Now my total hours in order to get to the next level of monetization. I've got the first level of monetization. I'm trying to get to the second level of monetization, which I don't know why, because there's really no point. Because I've only got one thing going on with the first level of monetization, and there's like 8 different things I can do. I'm not doing any of them. But when I get to the second level of monetization, I'll be able to do a whole lot more things that I'm not going to do. So I don't know what the point of it is, because I don't understand how it works, and I don't know. I mean, I could watch videos on it and shit, but I don't, there's something about it I just don't want to. It's like I need somebody to just show me how to do it, as opposed to like watching videos do it. But that's the only way I could watch. But I can't be around people. I don't like people. I just need to watch YouTube videos on it. It'll tell me what to do and how to do it. But I don't. That's the problem. That will be a struggle for me because of But it's just a struggle for me to watch videos. Like I don't, to watch videos on YouTube on how to do stuff is hard. Like video editing, I need to watch videos on how to do video editing, but I just can't. I can't get my brain to do it. I don't know how to edit videos. I got 3,100 videos. They're all in one take. Except for this one video that I made where I paused it and I was recording, pause, record, pause, record, pause, record, pause because I was making a video about people who do that. I remember I was watching one creator. He was sitting there and he was talking, and then he would say something, and then you could see his hand go up to hit the pause button, and then he would all of a sudden be saying something else, and you see his hand go up to hit the pause button, and then you see him talking, and his hand would go like this was after every single sentence. So it was like he was saying he was doing editing. Like he would just say the line. If he didn't like the way he said the one line, he would just keep saying the one line over and over until he got it right, and then go back into editing and just grab the one that he wanted, the line that he wanted to have. So, but I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to edit out stuff. I don't know how to edit. I don't know how to do that. So all my videos, all 3,100 videos, are all in one take because I don't know how to do shit. I mean, to pause it and like, because ow. There's like there's a little flap of skin hanging off my fingernail. That sucks. I mean, I could bite it, but that's gross, and my hands aren't clean. And I don't have anything. I got scissors to cut it over there, but I have to get up. And the dog wants to get up here. Come here. Come here. All right, come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. All right. Yoda. Alright, stay there. He's got his toy, which is it's a ball in a sock. Long sock. Knot tied in it. He's trying to destroy the sock right now. He's trying to get my attention. I'm aware that you're there. What was I talking about? I've lost my train of thought. This little piece of flap of skin here is bothering me. I think it was there for a while, but I've just now moved it or ripped it to the point where there's pain. And so now, if I would have just left it alone, I wouldn't have an open wound there. But I've hurt myself here now, and I keep messing with it. And every time I touch it, it hurts. Son of a bitch. If I just would have left it alone or got up when I first realized that I was doing something like that, or if I would have just realized I was doing it, then I could have, and I would have then taken action, which I probably wouldn't have, gone up and then just cut it off then I wouldn't have pain right now. It's mild, but it's enough to bother me. And then now I'm gonna have to I should go cut it off. Sterilize it, cut off this little bit of skin right here, and then put some Neosporin on it, put a Band-Aid on it, and then when I wake up tomorrow morning, everything will be fine. But no, I probably won't do that. I'll probably keep doing that. I just did it again. That hurt. I was just trying to go, just as a demonstration, go like this above it, and I went right on top of it. I'm just going to probably just keep fucking with it, keep making it worse, get all kinds of, staph infection or whatever shit's on my finger inside of another open wound. And then eventually cut it off. Probably cut it off too far, cut a nerve or something. It'll hurt. It'll bleed. And then maybe put a Band-Aid on it, maybe not. Wake up, a million times during the night because I keep bumping it on something or hitting on something because it hurts. Wishing, why didn't I just take care of it sooner? It's this little flap of skin that's just right here next to my fingernail. We all get them. We all know what I'm talking about. I feel like I just cut my fingernails and they're already bothering me. They're dirty too. There's dirt underneath my fingernails. See what? I had to look, I forgot which finger I cut off the tip of one of my fingers, and I forgot what hand it was. So I was going to show you this hand here. I'm like, wait, nope, is that my? No, it's the other hand. I don't want to try and get something that bothers some people, but there, I've got dirt underneath my fingernails. I don't know if you can see it or not. My eyes aren't focusing, but all of them have dirt underneath them, and that, like, I need to just cut that shit off. So I don't, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to clean that shit out either. I work in dirty areas. I work in a warehouse that's very, very old. Very old. And there's just so much dust. So much dust. Dust that's been around for a very, very long time, but also the company makes dust. Like, that's not a product that they make, it's a byproduct, but there's so much dust. I work for a company that refurbishes office furniture, like big cubicle systems and shit like that. You know, you got those big wall panels that they do to separate stuff. They've got, and then like chairs and shit. They refurbish all of that stuff. So they buy a bunch of used office furniture, and then they completely transform it. Like we got file cabinets, for example. If they got dents in them, they got just a body shop their area, and those guys, they're phenomenal at getting these dents out, and they'll get it out as best as they can. They put the Bondo on it just like cars, and then they will sand it all down and they will paint it, and you'll have no idea that there was a problem there. They fix all that shit. They can fix all the drawers in the file cabinet and make the thing work just as good as new. And then there's like 40 of them, you know, because somebody buys them for an office. You know, they get a whole bunch of stuff at one time, because used office furniture is way cheaper than new stuff. New stuff is so fucking expensive. So just used stuff that's been completely redone. There's a body shop, so they're always sanding. There's always dust, and then there's a wood shop department where they make the surfaces for the. So you've got a bunch of different desks. Like, say you're gonna make a call center. You want to separate. You don't want the phones right next to each other. People right next to each other. You ideally want to have walls up. So you want to make a bunch of little bitty rooms just big enough for a person to make calls, so you can get as many of them in there. So they need to have a desk. They need to have a set of drawers, and they need to have walls, you know, with or without glass. Things they can put pictures of their kids on. I don't know, whatever you're looking for. We got that. But the desk surfaces that, when they buy these cubicle systems, they throw those surfaces away unless they're in good shape. They'll throw those surfaces away that the old people were using, and then when they get an order, because they also take up so much damn space. But then when they get an order for another, come here. When they get an order for a bunch of cubicle systems, they just make more surfaces. So they got an entire wood shop department also making dust. You know, they make whatever surface size you want. They make exact stuff. They have a CNC machine that they use all the time. There's a metal department where they do all the welding. They cut all the shit down and they weld shit together all the time. So these guys are the metal department. They weld shit. They cut metal. They're just, because all these cubicle systems, a lot of them have like a metal frame, and then people want, we can make your cubicle walls any height you want. You buy them new from the manufacturer. You got them this height, this height, this height, or this height. But when you get them, we can make them whatever you want. They just cut that shit off and re-weld it right back on. You have no idea, because it's what's inside. They remake all the fabrics. They fix all these chairs. There's all these used chairs. They can take all the fabric off, put all new fabric on. And they're like really fast at it too. So refix all this stuff. Used furniture so much cheaper than new stuff. So, and we ship all over the world apparently. Well, I don't know about all over the world. It's definitely outside of the United States. It's all over the United States, and they definitely ship outside of the United States. But yeah, there's a lot of I need to fix my finger. I need to fix my finger. So there's a bunch of different departments at my job. There's more departments that there's like guys who do shipping, the shipping department where they ship everything out. So it's like putting stuff on pallets, getting pallets, putting stuff on pallets, weighing it, building crates around the pallets just to hold all the stuff together so it can ship anywhere it needs to ship to. Another guy, there's one guy who handles all the electrical stuff that goes inside of all these panels. You got these panels and you need power to go to them. So you get an electrician to come in, they like run power like from the ceiling down a power pole, runs all these cubicle walls so that you can have power in all of them. You have to have data, you need phone lines or something if you might need phone lines. I think everything just runs through computers these days, so I don't think phone lines are a thing anymore. But you got people who handle electrical stuff, make shit go. Anyway, my job at this company is to make sure everybody else can do their job. Doesn't mean I'm one of the people who do that, but my job is to, if they need something's not working, I can make shit work. I don't do their job. They do their job. I just make sure they can do their job. Like there's a lot of things that run on compressed air, a lot of pneumatic tools, because they're big, huge air compressor in this room. It's so loud. And it just pumps air all through the building, and they use a lot of pneumatic tools all over the place. All the sanders, there's this whole spray, there's all kinds of paint. There's the paint guys nonstop. There's one guy who just nonstop, he's painting the whole time. He gets there and he just paints the whole time. Because there's so much shit that needs to be painted. So you can get paint shit whatever color you want. You know, we buy all these different systems. They're like, it's the same kind of stuff, but it's all different colors, and then we repaint it whatever color you want. Some stuff's like tan, and some stuff is black, and some stuff is light gray. That's like the big colors that all these metal office furniture is. And they just, hi. So I was working on there's this big ass machine. It's gotta be 20 feet long, and it's got 20 feet long by like 3 feet wide. It's an edge bander is what it is. You take your big old surface that you got, you know, like a surface like this out of wood. You take a big old piece of plywood or something, and you just pass it through this machine, and it puts in a band on the edge of it, a vinyl band, any kind of band, glues it right on, and it is on there, and like trims it all up, makes it all nice and pretty for you, so it's really fast and easy and convenient. Did you drop your shit again, Doug? I was working on this edge bander. They had one that was, they have a smaller one, but this one, they have a bigger one that they got to handle more of a load. And I was working on it, my job, because they just moved it where they needed it to go, and now I'm working on the place the vacuum. It's got a vacuum. It's got a place for 9 different hoses for a vacuum to pull. But 9 different, because this thing's so long. It's got all these different places that you got to vacuum parts out, because it does everything. And my job was to make there's a big old frickin' pipe where the vacuum is that goes on the ceiling, and my job is to make, there's 9 different ports on the top, and I have to get it from the one big tube up here to go into 9 different places down here, and it's all got to be right. It's got to be done a certain way. It's got to start big, and then it's got to get smaller as it gets to the end, because you can't just all be the same size. You have to do it a certain way. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just installing that stuff. So whatever they need, my job is to make sure other people can do their jobs. So there's a problem with the equipment, that's my job. My job is to fix the equipment so that the people can use the equipment to do their job. It's not their job to fix the equipment. It's their job to do their job, whatever their job is. If some shit breaks down, that's where I come in. Or if so they need to make an improvement, you know, like this is one way they're doing something, it's not very efficient, and they need to improve something like that, that's what I'll come in and improve shit. So that they can continue to do their job, and they can keep focusing on, because they gotta get this shit done. There's so much shit that needs to be done. Like the guy who makes surfaces, that's what he does. He makes the surface that you work on. Like, you need a surface that's like 2 feet by 4 feet because you're making a bunch of telemarketing stations, you know, and you need 150 of them. So this guy's going to cut 150 of the exact same thing over and over and over. And you got somebody else who's going to run an edge band on them. All 150 of them. As soon as you're done with that one, here's some more you got to do. You got to cut this other stuff. It's just non-stop. That's all they do. They cut these surfaces non-stop. Like the guys in the body shop work on this metal non-stop. They're constantly bondoing and sanding. There's just so much stuff. The guy's painter, that's all he does. He just one job. He just sits there and he paints the whole time. I couldn't do any of these jobs because it's the same thing over and over again. It's so much monotony, it would drive me insane. I couldn't do it. Like line work, like if you worked on a line where you're doing the exact same motion over and over and over again, I couldn't do that because I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. That leaves plenty. If I'm doing the same thing, same motion over and over and over again, that's horrible for my mind. It needs to do different things because then the same motion, that if I'm doing the same thing over, I can do it basically unconsciously. Well, that means that leaves my entire conscious mind to be free to have horrors just come in nonstop. Not horrors, horrors. Oh, mental illness. I did it. Keep touching my finger. It still hurts. I need to just go in there and cut that shit off my finger. But the dog's just now laid down. He's calmed down. Can you see? Here's his tail. Right there. He's got the one tail. He's a one-tailed dog. When I got the dog, I made sure I got a one-tailed dog. I wanted a dog with only one tail. And I got the two-eared model. So I wanted a dog with 2 ears. So I went looking and I made sure I found 2 ears, one tail. And that's what I got. He's a Dachshund. Or a wiener dog. Or a badger hound. Or a teckle. Or a dackle. Or a reverse giraffe. Or my buddy. Aren't you my buddy? He's my buddy. Just lost my train of thought. What are we talking about? Kundalini King says, I got kicked out of my complex post-traumatic stress disorder treatment 3 weeks ago. Damn. That sucks. And you can get kicked out for so many different reasons, probably for symptoms of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. That sucks that we're not. It sucks that there's symptoms of this disorder that makes it so damn difficult to treat. It's a huge problem. Like the treatment program itself can be a problem for people with the complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I found all treatments for complex post-traumatic stress disorder, if they work, they only work for a little while. And then you build up a tolerance to it, and then your mind just opens right back up. And you're leaving the old shit to come right in. Anyway, a lot of people don't know what that is. That's a good thing, if you don't know what that is, that's good, because a lot of people who know what that is have it. And it sucks. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder sucks. I don't know. Shit, I was thinking about horrible things. Just that second ago. I don't know what I just said. I said something. I don't know what it was. I was just thinking some horrible thought. Alright, I'll just type. The people that are the main contributors to this, the ones that from my childhood, that if this is a non-existent situation that would never happen. But the idea still pops in my head where if I were to ever talk to those people again and tell them I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder from you, they would just be like, you're just making shit up. You're lying. You're just lying for whatever reason, whatever shit they want to say, that it's just all bullshit and lies. It's a non-existent situation that would never happen. But I still think about that and then immediately dismissing the horrors that this is as just delusions, or me just intentionally just doing it for whatever reason. Anyway, that makes me sad. Telling people that you have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and anybody, is tough to have that conversation. And that's, you need to prepare people. In my opinion, you need to like prepare people. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Before you start telling, don't just start telling them without letting them know that you're starting to have a conversation with them that is like so deadly serious that they need to understand that you're having a deadly serious conversation with them. Otherwise, they might respond in any number of ways. And so you got to explain that there's a huge gravity about what I'm about to tell you. Or otherwise, they might dismiss it as it's not that. Like they think you're making a joke or something, or it's a lead in into something else, or something. I don't know. So anyway, yeah, telling people you have complex post-traumatic stress disorder is hard. I've had all kinds of different reactions to the things that I've said. I didn't know I had complex post-traumatic stress disorder until like a year and a half ago, I want to say. But I told people my whole life about the flashbacks. I didn't know I was having flashbacks, but I told people, I'm like, I have these memories that are horrible and I can't stop thinking about these things. They pop into my head and it's a real problem. I have these physical reactions to them. I have emotional reactions to these things that just keep popping into my head. And people respond all kinds of different ways. But the most common thing that people have said when they feel like they need to say something is, well, have you tried just not thinking about it? Are you good? Anyway, I don't have anybody to tell that I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So that's good. I don't have anybody. I have no friends. I have no family except for my daughters, and they know. My daughters know. The only people that I talk to outside of work, and I only talk to my work people about work. But the only people that I talk to about non-work related things are my two daughters and my one daughter's boyfriend. Why am I mentioning that? I'm not 100. Oh, so I don't have. They all know that I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Well, fuck, they come over to the house. I mean, I'm sitting partly in my living room and partly in my hallway. So they know. I've discussed it with them. They know. So they know I suffer from all kinds of, like, my kids are adults, so they're in their early 20s. So some of the parts of complex post-traumatic stress disorder are extremely difficult for family members, my daughters, to know, for anybody to know, anybody that cares, if that would care about you or care about me. I hate when I use my own self as an example. For anybody that cared about me, those parts of the symptoms of my complex post-traumatic stress disorder for me to explain would be difficult on that person. But I can't talk about certain things on live streaming on YouTube. I got this little piece of screen on my finger. Anyway, hi. Hi. Anyway. I'm saying anyway, over and over again, is meant as a way of trying to get myself to talk about something else. Because I feel like I'm going down a path that I don't want to go down. But I feel like it's necessary to talk about some stuff. I'm not sure why. But I'm saying anyway, as hopes of trying to start something else so that I don't start saying something that I, in talking about my complex post-traumatic stress disorder and how it is affecting me, I inevitably have to think about horrible things in order to properly try and explain complex post-traumatic stress disorder to somebody. Who am I talking to? Am I talking to myself? Most of the time I talk to myself. Not all the time. You read the comments, so you're not talking to yourself. But are they real people? There's a chance, and I'm willing to admit that this is all this shit's made up. When it comes to the live stream, it's all in my mind. It's not a real thing. Like, even to the point that, like, I'm saying, like, I'm imagining all of this, and the comments that I read are just the different voices in my head. Some of the other, that's just the way that my voice, at some level, that is so very possible. Like, even to the point that my kids like me so much that they would just play along with my delusions. They would just roll with it. Because that's the way that I raised my kids, was to just roll with it. It's just easier. When it comes to how I am with stuff, I'm just gonna say and do off the wall shit, and they just gotta be like, okay. Like, I write stuff on the walls. Well, this is on paper. That's on a wall. Or I will just, yeah. I would, like, rearrange furniture in the living room and then not tell them. What am I talking about? I don't know. I have this because I can't control my own mind. I can't stop the things that are happening. And I hate myself because it's happening. Well, who else can I blame? There's nobody else to blame. There's nobody else here. I'm being tormented by, there's nobody else here. So, me? So, non-stop tormenting and torturing myself. Well, you don't do that to yourself if you like yourself. And even if you understand and know that you have mental illness and you're doing it because you have mental illness, you still hate yourself for doing it. Because there's no one else to blame. Which leads to depression. Good times. Am I bringing you down? I can do that. I can bring people down. I bring myself down all the time. I don't like saying, I'm leading back to the thing about my job being beneficial to me and me having a hard time admitting it. I don't want to say out loud that this thing is good for me because I feel like that will cause it to go away. Like, oh, this thing is happening, this is good for me, because if I ever said that when I was a child growing up, this thing is good for me, it would immediately be taken away. It just immediately, for any number of reasons, just out of sadism or out of punishment, like I deserve to be punished for something. So the punishments are always take away whatever I liked the most. That's just the way shit was.
whatever the thing you like the most, just then it was always, yes, we're taking that away. Always. Anyway. Oh, like it never comes back either. That was always the thing, it was take it away or break it right there in front of you. Because they knew you liked something that gave you comfort and happiness. I learned to, like when it came to getting presents, I would not act happy about it. Even if it were something that made me happy and I was happy to get it, I wouldn't show happiness about having it because it would just be used as a weapon against me later. Somebody would destroy it, or it would be taken away from me forever. If it was something that was obvious that I liked it and it made me happy, it made me feel better about anything. Somebody was right there to fuck that shit up. So I guess they realized this, had to get more clever and creative. They used to give me things just to take them away. Just to take them away. One time I got in trouble at school and I got home, I had a present for me. I blocked the memory out though. This was so traumatic that I blocked this one for a long time and I only got part of it back. It kept flashing back in my head, but I never would fully allow myself to go there and especially not talk about it. But I don't remember what it was that I got, but I remember I got in trouble at school. And then when I got home, I got a present. And then it was me being happy and playing with this thing that I got. Only to have someone come into my room and start screaming at me that I got in trouble and then have it taken away. And then I remember finding out later that the person that gave it to me knew before they bought the thing for me because they slipped up and let it out. They said they got a call at work and they left work, went and bought me something, went to the store, specifically bought me something that I wanted. And then gave it to me, let me have it for a little while, and then pretended that they were just made aware just then that I got in trouble at school and then took it away forever. Took it away forever. I only had it for a very short period of time. And I don't remember what it was. It's a door. I can feel the doors closed in my head and I don't want to open the door because I know I'm going to start crying if I remember what it was. But I found out later that, yeah, they slipped up and they said out loud that they got the call at work and then left work. Went specifically to the store to buy something for me, and I started asking questions. Why? Why did you do that? And this person said, "Oh, I forgot. I think it was just lies." I'm curious about this door in my head. That's all I need. Just one more thing. What kind of a person does that? What kind of person gets the call at work to say that their kid got in trouble, so they make it a point to go to the store to buy a present for the child, give it to the child, only to take it away later and give them all, I was in so much trouble. And then never give it back, ever. And they took it back. They took it back to the store. Nine years old? I know I wasn't 10 yet. That I remember. There was nobody on my side when I was growing up. There was no one. I was alone. I was always wrong. If there was any kind of disagreement between me and anybody else, it was the presumption always was that I was wrong. I was always yelled at and screamed at and punished first. Then I was allowed to plead my case. Always. But I had to be yelled at. I had to be screamed at. I even had to be hit before I could say it wasn't me. You got it wrong. You got the wrong idea. But if they got that angry, they can't say I got angry, unjustifiably got that angry, because there's too much pride on the line. They'd have to admit that they were wrong and apologize. That never happened. So they got angry, had to take it out on me, then realized they were wrong. And instead of apologizing and say I was wrong, they would make up some other shit about how I was somehow wrong about something else or somehow wrong about the situation. Like I got hit because of my attitude at the time. Some shit like that. Anyway, these shitty people, they're still alive. Which I think, I don't know. And I think I would have heard if they weren't, but I don't know. But I'm not saying that I want them to be dead. But the idea that there's no chance of any new memories to ever be formed with this person is a glorious idea. And I want that to happen very much. Knowing full well that they can't, if they're gone forever, then they can't, nothing new can happen. So, yeah. Okay. I have a dog. His name is Yoda. I'm moving. Anyway. I feel depressed. Well, no. I mean, it's just the talking about the stuff from the past can be hard. I feel something about talking about it, but I don't know what it is. Alexa, turn floor lights on. Oh, here we go. That's not what I want to do. Yeah, I feel something. Like emotionally wiped out or something because of what I was just talking about. Turn the light up. Yeah, that was tough. To be given something. You know, and I was like, why give me something? Like, why make it a point of giving me something? I remember asking, like, what is this for? What did I do? And then the response that I got was, well, if you don't want it, I'll take it back. And I'm like, well, no. I was just asking, why did you give it to me? I wasn't saying I didn't want it. But that's what they said. Well, if you don't want it, they changed what I was saying into something else in order to not answer my question of why are you giving this to me? Because it didn't make sense for me to receive a present out of nowhere. You know? And then to put it all together that somebody had intentionally wanted to inflict this emotional distress on you. It's just that realization that somebody was trying to hurt me That was the goal. The goal was to hurt me. And that's what they wanted. And it worked. It succeeded. They planned it out. They planned for hours this plan to hurt me. Because I had to be taught a lesson or some shit. I don't know. I'm brushing my teeth. Yeah, I feel something. It's emotionally something. It's definitely a down feeling from talking about that shit. Hi, puppy. I got my puppy next to me. He's the greatest. Oh, now my dog's walking on me. Ah! Don't lick my face. Do you want to come over here? Come here. Come on. Come on. Lay down. You're gonna lay there? Ugh. Hi. Can you see the dog? I mean, that's what's most important, is that you see the dog. I feel emotionally wiped out or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just the drugs. You got to be careful, going down memory lane with complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Like, I don't ever want to run into anybody at all, anywhere from my past, even relatively recent past. I don't want to run into anybody at all. Anybody else, that I grew up with. I don't want to go to anybody that I've known. Any other job that I've had, I don't want to run into anyone that I know. Except for my kids. They're cool. Because I don't want to remember. I don't want to go down memory lane. It'll inevitably take me to a dark place. I feel sad.